Oh, you can make it? Can you?
Yeah.
I think.
It's under.
The number of what will it also
I just want to make sure you got this report here dated the 6th of August, right?
In the record, there are actually 3 reports about it. The last one was...
Yeah.
So what he's saying is that from your that this get on your knees and then
You'll also be putting up other photos from the actual death scene.
No, I can put it up for you if you want. I have the pictures.
I think you do need to show those as well. Not only the shots from your simulation.
Yeah, these are the ones I have. Have a look here.
So those are copies of copies. So those are terrible ones.
Yeah, that's the only things I have got from them. Do you have other ones?
Yeah, where's Zach? Zach?
I can put them on you.
Zach? Can you show where... Can you show Kavash where he's going to find the color pixel of the death scene? Because he's only got these...
Yeah, where can we find that? Do you have it on a memory stick or something?
I have it on the record. Well, it's the same, but it's slightly clearer.
Yeah, okay, so if you got better, give it to me, I can just...
He says that basically so in that sense, you should get the representation sooner rather than later. As I said, you want
Do you have a memory stick by any chance?
bigger, sure. That's fine, just so long as down the road he doesn't say...
I don't have a memory stick, sorry man.
No, that's okay.
Well, in my opinion, I don't want to...
Yeah, you can...
Because I've managed to see the information.
Yes. Yes. Mr. McDonald.
Not sure. Yesterday, we attended an inspection in local at the SAPS Brighton Beach.
Yes.
Do we place that summary then on record before we proceed?
I think so.
Yes.
My Lord, we are in the process of preparing the report from yesterday, but it isn't quite ready as yet. As soon as it is, we will circulate and hand it over.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Thank you. The state then calls its next witness, Mr. Hoosen Haffejee, to the stand.
These guys are hiding my view here. Perhaps, let's come around and help me. Thank you.
Please state your full names.
Tavesh Mudli.
Do you have any objections to take it as record?
No, I do not.
Do you swear that the evidence shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Lord, the witness in this respect will be testifying on a report and videos that were completed by him or made by him. The report is contained in the bundle 1701 is the page.
1701.
That's correct, my Lord, yes.
Is that Bali G?
Yes, volume G. I think it would be easier, my Lord, just to look at the pages which are on the spine of it. That's how I asked the registrar to place it before you.
We have shot two bundles here, so
There's a few, yes.
have a choice which one to use.
Whichever suits the court, my Lord. Whichever suits the court.
1710?
One. For ease of reference. Give it to me. Lord, if it pleases the court, the report is also on the screen before you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Woodley.
Good morning.
Can you please firstly, let's start with, you've been called to court in your capacity as an expert in respect of your field. Can you place on record what your qualifications are and or experience?
I graduated as an aeronautical engineer with an honors degree, and I spent most of my career in mechanical and aeronautical engineering in the aerospace, defense, maritime, logistics, and road and rail
If
industry.
you have a problem, you can remove it so that they can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Should I repeat?
Yes, please. Just
Okay. So I graduated as an aeronautical engineer, and for the past 22 years I've been working in the field as a mechanical and aeronautical engineer in the aerospace, defense, logistics, maritime, and general consultancy work requiring mechanical solutions and aeronautical solutions.
And anything else? Place on record.
Not really, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, is it also correct that in or about the year 2018, you were instructed by the NPA to conduct experiments and a report, a draft report of the death of the late Dr. Hoosen Haffejee?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I understand that during the process you had, apart from your report, you had also videoed certain experiments that you had done.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, for the ease of reference, I ask you, in order to explain to the court and to everyone present, do you wish to put the videos on first and have them viewed, or simultaneously as you go through your report?
No, I prefer to start with the background, then the stages in which we develop the report, and then the videos to substantiate the findings in the report,
All right.
if that's okay.
Please do so then.
Okay. So, Your Lord, we were sent a series of documents, autopsies, photographs and stuff, and I think I would like at this stage to start with the photographs that were sent to us, and I will try and get them on the screen at the moment. So, the National Prosecuting Authority, the NPA, basically submitted us the inquest documents, the autopsy reports, a series of photographs similar to this. This is probably pretty much the best quality of the photographs that we have. And what we did was we read the reports and we also analyzed the photographs to try and recreate it. We also did a site visit to the Bright police station when we received this information to try and understand what the situation was. So if you look at this particular, Your Lord, do you mind if I sit, because it's easier for me to see my screen?
Please feel free to sit down.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Lord, as you can see in this particular, okay, let me start with the autopsy report. So there were two autopsy reports. One was from the state pathologist, Professor I. Gordon, and another one from an independent orthopedic surgeon appointed by the family, known as Dr. D.H. Biggs. And Dr. Gordon, or Professor Gordon, basically declared the cause of death to be consistent with hanging, which is typically suspension, and due to the person's body weight and gravity, it would cause suffocation and the person would die. Dr. D.H. Biggs, on the other hand, he stated that in this situation, based on the pictures and his analysis, it could be due to suffocation, which would be strangulation, in the form of strangulation. And if you look at these pictures carefully, and then we walk through them, you could see that the pants was quite tightly twisted and formed around the neck of the deceased, Dr. H.M. Haffejee. In this first picture, to the layman who looks at it, one would not realize the actual height of the bar, but this is a mere 400 millimeters off the ground, right? And there's still the length of the pants. And if you put it into perspective, Dr. Hafejee's height was approximately 1.75 meters high, so he was quite a tall person, which would mean that his pants was quite long as well. I'll go to the next picture. This picture here clearly shows the tightness of the pants around the neck, and also shows that another handkerchief was tied to the knot at the top. And it also gives us some sort of perspective. If you look at the bottom left corner, you'll see a hinge there that actually help us to identify that this was the door that's currently installed in that prison cell is the same door that was in this picture. And we used that by looking at it. They've replaced the hinges only, but the marks of the original hinges are still there with the 3 distinct pop rivet holes that link the hinge to the door. So when we saw that, we then used that door to then in our experiments where we replicated the door to try and replicate this particular situation. I want the court to pay careful attention to the tightness of this knot, because later on you'd see to get a knot this tight, the person would have been far strangulated by that stage. The next pictures is the pants, showing the pants, the height, and the pants had to be cut off around the neck to basically release the body from the position. And as you can see, the pants is still quite twisted, and the twisting remains there. I'll just escape this. I want to just rotate this view. Okay, I don't go to full screen here. I'll just basically show. You can see again, this picture was taken from the side, and you can see how he was lying. He was sort of lying pretty much with part of his shoulder or upper body against the bars of the prison door or the cell door, and his neck was suspended and his upper hands and stuff like that. Just want to go to the next picture. Okay, so that's the last of those pictures that show the suspension. This picture is showing the neck. One could see around the neck the tightness of the noose around the neck, and we then obviously knew that suffocation was at play in this particular situation, as well as we had to take what Dr. Gordon said, hanging and suspension. So in terms of our exercise that we undertook, we first tried to establish whether he could have passed on by hanging or suffocated due to hanging. And we did a series of mathematical calculations, and that's in the report, and I can probably go back to that report, 1736. Just rotate the view, and I'll make it. So this is pretty much the report that we did, and what we decided in this analysis was we were going to first establish whether from that high, about 400 millimeters off the ground, could you actually suspend yourself and hang yourself to death, or was this a case of suffocation? And if it was a case of suffocation where strangulation, the method of suffocation was strangulation, could the person strangulate themselves in that position, or could there be a third person that's involved in the strangulation? And the rest of the next few pages of this report basically breaks down the late Dr. Haffejee's weight, height, the important information in the post-mortem reports that helped us analyze it. We then measured the cell door. We took all the relevant dimensions, and as you can see, as I was saying, that he was a mere 400 millimeters above the ground, And I think yesterday when we were at the prison cell, you could see there were several other places that could have been used to also hang yourself, suspend yourself. The door, the higher parts of the door, the 3 windows that were available. But it was weird that a person would choose the lowest bar of the door to choose them, which is the most, probably the least likely height that you would be able to strangle yourself from. I mean, even the bar higher would give you a lot more suspension when you hang from it. But this, in this situation, it created the impression that the lowest bar was used, and that's what gave us also some sort of inclination to believe that if a third person was involved, it could be very easy to use the lowest bar, strangulate the person, tie them to the lowest bar, and then close the door behind them. One must also note the pictures that we've seen were pictures that were recreated after somebody had to move the body, enter the cell, and then set it up the way it was found. And the positions of the way the body was found gave us to think that there is a possibility that the person was once tied to the door was closed behind them, and that would result in the way the body was pulled and dragged as the door was closed, with the legs sprawn out and the hands and the body in a sort of elongated horizontal position. And you'll see in the videos that we show how easy it is to actually suffocate yourself in different kneeling positions, and you do not need to place yourself in that position at all to end up killing yourself. You could kill yourself in almost a kneeling position right next to it, squat. You do not have to position your body in that particular position to make the strangulation effective. The rest of the rest of the first part of the report goes into analyzing the different body parts being suspended, the heights above the ground, and what we used was analytical data or statistical data from prior assessments of the weight of the different body parts. What's the weight of the head, a trunk for male and female. And one thing one must note is that Dr. Haffejee was fairly lightweight. He was 49 kgs and very tall. So what we looked at is to make up the body segments. You'll see table 2 there. The mass of body segments is the masses that we presumed was the mass of each part of Dr. Haffejee's body to make up his total weight of 49 kgs that's written at the bottom. So his head and neck would have been roughly 4.05 kgs. His thorax, which is his chest and upper part of his body, was 9.85. His abdomen, 6.4. His pelvis, 6.7 kgs. His 2 hands, 5.5 kgs. And his 2 legs, 16.5 kgs, giving you a total weight of 49 kgs. Right? And if you just add the head and the thorax, you get a roughly about 13 kilograms, right? But the thorax is partly supported by the abdomen, which was lying flat on the ground, right? So what we then did was we created a mechanical problem out of this, where we looked at the body lying in 2 planes. One plane is front on, which is your ZY plane, and the second plane, which is from the side, which is your ZX plane. And we used a mechanical solution called beam theory to calculate, how much of weight was suspended by this pants and the knot. And in literature, we picked up that it's roughly about 15 kgs of compression force that you have to put around your neck to actually strangulate somebody or to block the arteries in the neck and cause them to die. And that's why when you can suspend yourself from almost a seated position with part of your body still touching the floor and still kill yourself, because you don't need a large suspension weight around your neck to actually cause you to strangulate and die. Right? And in this situation, we basically came up to the fact that only 11 kilograms of his body was actually suspended. And in that situation, it would be unlikely that he actually killed himself due to suspension rather than strangulation. So when we established that, we then said, no, the best way to look at the strangulation situation was to look at videos and create the video. So we had two people of similar build and stature. And I think at this stage now I'll go to the videos because that's probably where we are. Actually, Lord, before I move on, is there any questions that you have with regard to the previous information I shared?
No, nothing from the state.
Okay. Let's go back to I just want to pause it here, sorry. I'm going to turn the sound off because there's lots of background noise and stuff, so try to get to a point. So what we did was we recreated the cell door, and we found two people of similar height, built, and stature to Mr. Haffejee, Dr. Haffejee, and we then tried to experiment on how somebody could strangulate themselves, and especially from that sort of height with the scenario that he was found in. And I'll play these videos and I'll stop them from time to time. So I'm just going to go, so this is where he wasn't coached on what to do, he just basically took the pen. I'll just go back a few there, where he's trying to figure out now how can he twist his pants around his neck, and you can see the effort that he is putting into moving to get this pants twisted around his neck, and it gets to a stage, and it's roughly 2.5 turns, that he can no longer twist anymore because it's already starting to apply quite a large force around his neck that's giving him difficulty in breathing. So we then coached him around, I think it was we then coached him on what to do and how to do it easier. So I'll just play it from around here. So we then set up the knot again, like what we believe is the easiest. This to us is the easiest way of doing it, is where you would tie the pants first, then tie the handkerchief around the knot and stuff like that to prevent the pants knot from opening. And unfortunately, in the pictures that you see, we can't see the details of exactly how these knots were tied, but we tried to replicate it as close as possible. But the most important thing was to ensure that the knot made by the pants was not tied. And so tries again, and you can see relatively quickly he can twist his pants around, and it tightens. So he can't really go more because he's starting to lose consciousness. Now, to move from a position like that into the position he was found, one makes you think, if you're already losing consciousness, now why don't you just lie as you are? Why go and put yourself into that position? Because So now we give him an even easier way to twist the pants around his neck. And so even if you look at the knot and the pants and stuff, and we've got other camera shots of this as well that we've submitted as evidence from top view and stuff, one could see that this knot on this pants is nowhere as tight as what it is in the pictures. And let's go back there, maybe we can. So he does have to go through a large amount of effort. You know, the point that we're trying to make is to do all that effort of trying to strangulate yourself on the lowest bar makes no sense. You could do it on much higher bars, right? And it would be far easier because you'd almost be fine. It could be in a situation where you're so badly injured that he could not actually stand. And that could have prevented him from climbing or lifting or whatever the case is. But even to do it at this low, if you can look at the amount of movement that the body undergoes to do that, it's quite significant amount of movement. And it's not just consistent with him. I just want to cue forward. We got another volunteer who attempted the same thing. He was of similar height, weight, and build. And you can see at that position, in that sitting position, he was almost in a way he couldn't continue because now he was like losing. And then I asked him to try and get into that position and how easy it was for him to get into that position and stuff. That Dr. Haffejee was found. And it didn't make sense to then start extending your body when you were so close. I'm going to cue just to speed up. Okay, I think he attempts it again. Just move on. We then do another experiment with the pants higher. And I'm going to cue this because you can see it's about the same amount of effort that the people use to do that. Although it's much more uncomfortable because now you're not in a kneeling position, you're actually in a squatting position. But as you go higher where you can actually stand, it would get much easier like I showed yesterday. So you can see there it's relatively easy to do. This one. Okay. But these were just the other options that Dr. Haffejee would have had he attempted to or had he did it himself. Cue forward. This was just an experiment we did with a bottle to show how easy it actually is to squeeze that bottle in that by twisting it into the knot. And go forward. So another. You see, to get yourself into that sort of posture so low on the floor and then to try and attempt to twist yourself and it is extremely complex and complicated to do that. And this what we are showing is if somebody else was involved in the situation, this is pretty much what they would do. Okay, what we had to do here was, because I couldn't tell the guy's force, we just created a knot at the back so we didn't actually suffocate him. And then we twisted the pants thereafter. And we tried to twist it as tightly as possible, trying to replicate the way it was in the pictures. But as you can see, you know, it becomes so easy to sort of do it that way. And if you did that, tied the handkerchief, and what you could have did was just close the door behind you, it could have resulted in how his body was found and lying in there. But that's the extent of what we did, and we couldn't figure out any other ways. I think yesterday when we were in the cell, we saw that it was very easy to do it from much higher up. But this is basically how his body was found, and it's typically somebody that was like sort of dragged along the ground and put into that sort of position when the door was closed behind them. And so there's two possibilities that exist. He did it himself with great difficulty and chose the most difficult position to suffocate himself from, or somebody else assisted with it and chose the easiest way. So if a third person was involved, this would have probably been the easiest way to do it. If he did it himself, it would probably been one of the most difficult ways to strangulate himself. I think that was the extent of it. I'm not going to go to the end because it replicates the similar things there, but this is typically how the body was sort of found, except the left hand was a little bit more inside or under him. And yeah, I have no more evidence to sort of lead. I think that's it. Can I turn off or
Just wait for the question.
yeah, okay.
Thank you. So, if I understand correctly, then, so from the extensive experiment and research that you did in order to draft your report and compile the videos, the two conclusions are the most difficult, which would be by, if anyone, Dr. Haffejee, and the least difficult would have been by the third person, as he was found in the cell.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that. Now, just on the report itself, you did sign the report?
Yeah, I did.
You confirmed the contents of the report?
Yes, I did.
You confirmed the correctness and content of the videos that you also compiled?
Yes.
Thank you. Lord, at this point also, may this then be officially handed in as an exhibit, the report and the video.
Is it part of?
Yes, I believe it is G25.2.
Okay. It's already part of the exhibits then.
That's correct, Lord, yes.
Okay. He has confirmed the report.
Thank
It
you.
is contained in the one exhibit.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Nothing further at this point.
Mr. Vani, any questions?
Lord, we do have quite a few questions. I see the time is now
Oh, okay.
11.
Is it convenient? Yeah, we may as well take a tea break and then proceed at 1:30.
As the court pleases.
Court is adjourned.
Horizon Court.
That's why you said to me there's no admin work, there's actually, and now you got no time to actually review the matter, read the reports, do all these things. Presented. But after Rani, he asked, right? You're the charge officer.
Let me remind you that we are still under formal oath.
Yes, Your Worship. You will have.
You may sit. Feel free to sit down.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Varney.
As the court pleases. Mr. Moodley, firstly, thank you for the time and effort that you have taken in preparing the most comprehensive report together with the simulation exercises you've done and shown on video. They've been extremely useful and I believe will help this court to make a proper determination in this matter. You've already informed the court what may have transpired in your view, and you've put up the very helpful scenarios. With the leave of the court, I want to put to you certain views expressed by the two forensic pathologists that the state will be calling in due course. That's Dr. Shakira Holland and Dr. Steve Naidu, because they have expressed an expert opinion as to the possible physical state of the deceased in the early hours of the morning of 3rd August 1977. And the reason why I want to do this is because once you have heard their views, I think you will be in a better position to perhaps express a view as to which of your scenarios may have played out on that fateful morning. So I'm going to start at, the Lord will be referring to volume B, the report of Dr. Shakira Holland.
Volume B.
Volume B, that's bundle B, page
Bundle B.
1800. Sorry, I keep getting B and G mixed up.
Okay, is it G?
Volume G, yes.
Page?
1800. And my Lord, we actually have the page in question on the screen, but you know, feel free to turn
more
to the
convenient
page itself. Yeah.
Thank you.
So Dr. Holland takes note of what she refers to as a submandibular bruise, which she says would not be consistent with hanging in this case. This type of wound usually indicates blunt force applied directly to that area and is more consistent with a manual application of pressure to the neck, i.e. manual strangulation, which of course would be consistent with the key scenario that you have demonstrated to this court. Then she turns to the manner of death, and I'll just quote a few sentences from her report. The deceased had a number of injuries on his body that were not related to the cause of death. These injuries included a large scalp hematoma over the top of the scalp, in brackets, a bruise of the soft tissues of the scalp. The way in which this wound was inflicted has not been adequately explained. The wound was caused by a blunt force impact to the head. It is possible that the blunt force impact which resulted in the scalp hematoma could have been inflicted just prior to death and rendered the deceased incapacitated. Thus, the possibility of this scenario would raise questions about the manner of death, because evidence of incapacitation should raise the suspicion of a homicide. So then, Mr. Moodley, we have Dr. Holland, who, as you're aware, is a forensic pathologist employed by the State Pathology Department as well as the University of Witwatersrand Medical School. And in her view, there is the possibility that, given the injuries to the head, the deceased may in fact have been incapacitated at the time of death. And if we can turn to, my Lord, I now wish to refer to the report of Dr. Steve Naidu. It's in the same volume G. And if I can refer the court to page 1589.
Oh,
1589. And we'll start towards the bottom of the page, the bolded section at paragraph 37. Here Dr. Naidu expresses a view in relation to the injuries that's reflected in the post-mortem report and the photographs. And I'll just quote the bolded section. The injuries of the body surface and of the scalp, that's the head, chest, and mesentery in particular, must be at risk of being emotive in this description, considered as having been due to significant forces and physically incapacitating, and that the deceased would have likely been in noticeable pain and in marked distress for the entire period after the injuries. If they were inflicted in stages, then the deceased condition would have been progressively worse. And if we can just turn the page to 1590, just over the page, and I draw the court's attention and the witness's attention to subparagraph B titled Head. There Dr. Naidu refers to deep scalp bruising. I won't quote the whole passage, but he says that the more likely possibility is that several physical impacts that rendered the bruising as a confluence that's emerged or blended into one set of hemorrhages, the effect of such injury would have included either unconsciousness or a lowered state of consciousness or a drowsiness as seen with concussion. And if we can just drop to the bottom of the page to the heading chest at subparagraph C, which deals with thoracic contusion. Dr. Naidu says this is indicative of a heavy blow to the left lower front of the chest and would have been intensely painful. Such blows would also cause the person to be winded and breathless and doubled up in pain. Such a blow could also have caused cardiac concussion. And then turning to the next paragraph, D, titled Abdominal. The mesenteric extravasation of blood indicates a bleeding or contusion, that's bruising. This can only occur with a massive abdominal blow, possibly a fist or a kick. And just skipping a few lines, he's of the view that the deceased would thereafter have been doubled up. The deceased would have been seriously incapacitated, would have been doubled up in pain, and not only just winded, and been unable to sit or stand up or walk upright, and might have had restricted abdominal movements and respiration due to mesenteric intrusion. The blow itself, to cause that contusion, would have been of such a force it would have been potentially dangerous and even life-threatening had the spleen or liver been damaged. Indeed, the doctor goes so far as to say that death may have resulted as a result of those chest and abdominal impacts themselves. And then he has a paragraph titled General Effects of the Injuries. With regard to the injuries individually and together, the deceased could not reasonably have been found to be simply awake and normal, and if the cell was last visited for inspection at 0300 hours, at that stage he must have sustained all the observed injuries. Had such visit been undertaken by an objective inspector of his condition, he would have found an injured person in noteworthy pain and distress if he was still alive after these injuries, if not in a state of unconsciousness from the head injury or already deceased. And if we can turn to page 1596, at the bottom of the page of 1596, the last paragraph, which reads, "The seriousness of the bodily surface injuries after they were inflicted was such that the deceased would, in my opinion, have been in a state of intense pain and distress, likely unable to remain upright. With the head trauma, there is significant possibility that he could have already been in a stunned stupor or concussion, if not already unconscious. And as mentioned previously, with the chest and abdominal trauma, the deceased would have been doubled up in pain, breathing with difficulty, if not in a state of sudden cardiac death from a cardiac concussion." And then finally, in his concluding statements on the very next page, page 1597, and I draw your attention to the last two paragraphs, B and C. "Had the deceased created himself the ligature and the method of ligature constriction of the neck, he would have been at the time of death almost undoubtedly in such significant pain and distress that this possibility is questionable and must be seriously challenged, and if accepted was likely an impelled or driven suicide on the basis of the prevailing and prodigious distress suffered. And lastly, in my opinion, and based upon the injuries and their effects, the deceased was to a great possibility either unconscious or actually dead at the time of the ligature constriction, and serious consideration must be given to the possibility of a homicidal slinging of the body in the position he was found." So, Mr. Woodley, I've summarized the views expressed by the two forensic pathologists that the state will be calling. And have you've heard, they're of the expert view that at the end of the ordeal that the deceased had suffered, hours and hours of unrelenting assault and torture, that he was in a physical state that can only be described as parlous and dreadful. He may not have been able to sit upright. He may have been concussed. Indeed, the view expressed is that he may have been unconscious. Now, given the context of what the forensic pathologists are saying, would you be willing to express a view as to which scenario would have been most feasible in those circumstances?
So, the way I summarized it was he could have did it himself, and we watched the videos of how people would attempt to do it themselves, and the amount of effort and energy that is required to basically rotate themselves, and basically twisted the pants around his neck, right, and tied it, and you could see how easily that was done with minimal effort, and basically just close the door behind them and leave the body in the position that those pictures were taken in.
So if a third party or third parties had been involved in that, they could have tightened the ligature without necessarily having to roll the body over and over?
No, definitely not, because they would twist it in their hand, literally, with the body being in a completely stationary position.
Making it fairly straightforward exercise.
Yeah, it's twisting. I mean, literally wrapping your hands.
And given that the bulk of the body was resting on the ground, that would have made it even easier because no lifting up would be required.
No suspension at all required.
If I may just raise a few things arising from your report. On the first page of your report, Lord, it's also in bundle G at page 1701. And just for the court's information, all the different versions of Mr. Mudley's report have been included in the record, but we're only going to be dealing with the third report that's in the record because that's the final version.
Yeah.
On that score, Mr. Mudley, am I right in saying that the three reports that are in the record are essentially the same, except the final report includes the report of the simulation exercise that you have done, the different scenarios you tried to execute in those simulations, and then your conclusions?
So the reports were basically progressive of each other with additional investigations, experiments, simulations added on as they went along. Once we got the original findings from the first attempt, we then, in the second report, we developed what we thought was what's another scenario, and in the final report was where we did the experiments with the people and the gate and or the cell door and stuff, and that's the final report.
Right. So would you agree that we don't have to have reference to the two earlier reports?
No.
We can just focus on your third final report?
Yep.
So looking at your final report at page 1701, you make reference that there are documented findings that in order to hang yourself there must be a 15 kilogram compression force around the neck to block arteries between the heart and the head and the air passage between the nostrils and the lungs. Those documented findings, are you able to provide those references? Or
We've provided them in the past, I think, with our previous documents. I didn't put it in this report, but it's statistical, and there's a lot of literature online and stuff in terms of to strangle somebody, how much of compression force do you need? And in 15 kgs is about the average. You could require less, you could require slightly more, but 15 kgs is pretty much, you almost certain strangulate the person.
Could you perhaps, and there's no huge rush in this, but perhaps over the next day or so, let Advocate MacDonald have two or three perhaps authoritative sources for that assertion that we can supply to the court?
We definitely will do that.
Thank you.
I have them, I just need to unarchive them basically.
Much appreciated. And then still on your report, if we could turn to page 1703, where you have a graphic of the cell door together with the cell door dimensions. And you've depicted the first two rungs in this graphic.
Yep.
Now, just to confirm, how high was the first rung off the floor?
It was approximately 400 and I would say 460 millimeters, 65 millimeters plus. It's about 470, 80 millimeters off the floor. It's 50 plus 28 plus 415. So it's 465 plus 28 is about 494 millimeters off the floor.
494, okay.
In total.
And then can you also give us an estimation, or rather the precise figure for how high the second rung would have been off the ground?
Then add probably another 520 to that, so it will be approximately about a meter off the ground. Very close to a meter off the ground.
Right. And we know that the deceased was 1.75 meters tall.
Mm.
And let's just assume for the moment, just so that we can conduct this exercise, that the deceased was in no way unimpeded. He was in a healthy physical state. If he was kneeling, where do you believe perhaps his head would be if you were to align it to the cell grill?
We've got the dimensions. This is weight. So half of his height, which would be about 0.85 above the floor. So if he was kneeling, it would be roughly 0.8, about 1.2 meters above the floor. If we take half his total height plus 300 or 250 millimeters, plus 0.25 of his total height, so about 1.3 meters off the ground, the top of his head.
Right. So if he had been kneeling, his head would have been slightly above that second rung.
Yes.
And I think you've already testified in your evidence in chief that if he had wanted to carry out a more effective hanging by suspension, then the higher the noose was, the easier that suspension would be to effect.
He would require a lot less rotation of his body on the ground, like twisting on the floor. He could literally stand up straight and just turn around.
Right.
In a direction to keep twisting that knot.
Presuming, of course, that, let's deal with two scenarios. There's the hanging scenario, which I think you pretty much excluded, and then there's the strangulation scenario. I think in one of the videos you did demonstrate that that strangulation could have occurred, and as you're saying, it probably would have been more effective had it been a little higher up.
It would be easier for him to do if it was higher up.
Right.
Yeah.
And it probably would be true to say that if he had simply wished to hang himself as opposed to strangle himself, a higher suspension would have been more effective.
Definitely, because then he would be suspending more of his body weight rather than just his neck and sort of shoulders.
Right. And in your view, if he had suspended himself perhaps from that second rung, do you believe that with more of his body weight being suspended, that the 15 kilogram compression force would have been achieved?
I'll have to check that, but I would presume, just based on his current, we have the masses. So basically, if you add his head, thorax and abdomen, which you'd be supporting, right, would be a total of about almost 20 kgs. So that's greater than the 15 kgs.
Yes. So am I right in saying that if it simply was going to be hanging through suspension, he could have easily affected that even from the second bar?
Yeah. Because he'll be suspending a lot more than just his head and shoulders.
Yes, that certainly stands to reason. And we know, of course, that he was a reasonably tall man at 1.75 meters. If he was able to stand, then he could easily have hung himself from the third rung from the ground.
Yep.
And I know this is obvious and goes without saying, but if he had done so, the 15 kilogram compression force would even have been more easily produced.
Because then he'd be supporting most of his legs and his pelvis as well.
Yes. And if he had wanted to ensure a death, would that not have been the perhaps most expeditious way of doing it? Because then there's no contortions about twisting and turning involved.
I would have chosen that if I had to do it.
If for some reason he had decided to do the strangulation method while standing up, would I be right in saying that that would have been a lot easier than doing it as alleged by the police on the ground?
Yeah, so yesterday when we were at the cell, I did it within like literally a few seconds. And I could tell you that if I had just turned once more, within a matter of probably 5-10 seconds, I would have been dead. So it was actually much more effortless to do that while standing up.
Yes. So in your view, does it make little sense for Dr. Haffejee to have attempted to execute the maneuver in a lying, slightly rising position on the ground?
No, I don't think so. I think it would have been, if he could get himself to lift his upper body up to be in that position and kind of thing, he could have used a bit more energy and lifted up even higher.
Right. Just bear with me a moment. Now, at the inspection yesterday, you demonstrated with just a pair of arbitrary pants, as well as a handkerchief, as to how the knot might have been tied. And we saw that the handkerchief was used in a sense as a backup, perhaps like a double knot. So my question to you, Mr. Woodley, is could the strangulation have taken place without the use of the handkerchief?
Yes, I think it could have, because if you secured the first knot properly, and know it was proper, while you were twisting, you would have known that the knot was being undone if you were twisting. If the knot was not going to be undone, you would have effectively continued twisting until the pants until you created the tightness around the neck to strangulate yourself.
So, just to assist us lay people, if it could have been done without a handkerchief, why, in your view, do you think a handkerchief was used?
It was just to make absolutely certain that the knot of the pants was not going to be undone, and to maintain the compression force when the pants was twisted, because if the knot of the pants became undone, you would have lost that compressive force in the pants.
So it was to make double sure that
Yeah.
knot in the pants would not come undone.
Not come undone.
Now, we saw from the inspection yesterday that from a standing position it was fairly easy for you to tie up the pants as well as the handkerchief. Would I be right in saying that a person kneeling, it would also be fairly easy to do because the person would be above the knots in question? Let's just assume for a moment that, and again, let's just for the sake of hypothetical discussion, but someone was not in a position to stand up, someone was not in a position to kneel, but was confined to the ground, could that person have then carried out the maneuvers, including the tying of the handkerchief?
So I put up that figure in terms of your ratios of your body relative to your total height, and this is statistical information on that. So what they say here, your width of your shoulders is about 25% of your total height, right? So in his situation, if you take his height of 1.75 meters, 25% of that is possibly about 400 millimeters. His width of his shoulders would have been, right? So if he was lying on the ground on his shoulder, lying on an angle where his shoulders was contracting his ground, not lying flat on his back or flat on his stomach, he would have had enough reach with his hands to have reached that lowest bar. There's no, it's definitely possible.
Possible?
Yep.
Possible, but quite difficult.
We haven't experimented how to do that there, but I would presume that you would have to basically bend your neck backwards to see where your hands are to tie it, or even if you're tying it in front of you. So, but possible, and I don't know how much effort it would require, but I think it's very possible. Problem from that position is you then have to raise your body a little bit to get the pants to give you the suspension. That's the difference, because he's actually suspended off the ground slightly by his thorax and his head, as you can see in the pictures. So, you know, you got to literally, if the person was lying flat on the ground or on his shoulders, you would then have to pull himself up to keep tying the knot. So he's not going to be lying flat on the ground or on his shoulder. He'd have to lift up slightly to assume the position that he was found in.
Right. Now, in the four scenarios that you set out at page 1713, 1713,
17 would be 48.
just to remind ourselves, scenario 1 is the deceased first tied the ends of the trousers to the lower vertical bar of the jail door, then placed the crotch of the trousers around his neck and twisted himself until the pants twisted so tight that he suffocated and died. And your report concludes that that scenario is a possible scenario.
Yep.
But in relation to scenario 2, Dr. Haffejee first twisted the trousers around his neck and then tied the trousers to the jail door. Once the knot was formed, he possibly twisted himself until he suffocated. In your view, that scenario is not possible?
It's not possible, and the reason we're saying it's not possible is because it just takes 2 turns of that pants to start putting pressure on your neck, and you already start feeling like you're losing consciousness. So to then take time to tie the knot, tie the handkerchief and stuff, would he still be conscious and able to do that? So that's why we dropped that, because it would be chances are he would not have been able to sustain himself for such a long period with the tension of the pants around his neck and the compression forces that were already being applied to his neck.
So scenario 2 would have been extremely difficult, if not impossible, to carry out. And then scenario 3, the deceased might have been able to reach the second horizontal bar from the bottom and thus have been able to hang himself from a higher height. This would have resulted in more of his body being hung from the trousers and thus being more effective for hanging. But of course we know that scenario didn't happen, but if he had used it, it would have been more effective. And then of course scenario 4, which is that he didn't carry this out himself, but a third party twisted the trousers around his neck and then tied the ends of the trousers to the vertical bar of the jail door. And you've already expressed a view that that would have been a fairly simple and straightforward exercise to execute. Now, just looking at the video images that you showed us this morning, dealing with scenario 1, my recollection is that the two individuals who were asked to carry out the maneuvers, it wasn't straightforward from what I could see. It required some vigorous movement on their part.
Yep.
And indeed, they even had to get onto their knees in a crouching position to do the rotating. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, you are.
So if that indeed happened, we would have expected the deceased to at least have carried out similar physical activities, which can be described as fairly strenuous.
Yes, you are.
And given the view of the two forensic pathologists that Dr. Haffejee was most likely in an incapacitated physical state, the carrying out of the physical maneuvers as required in scenario 1 would have been challenging for him, to say the least.
Yes, you are, my lord.
Just turning to your evidence in chief this morning, you have highlighted the position of Dr. Haffejee's body in the cell, and that you're saying that it gives the impression that because the body was stretched out, it gives the impression that he was dragged towards the door.
Yes, you, my lord.
Now, just playing devil's advocate, and let's try to put ourselves in the shoes of the police who discovered him. They would have opened the door, and in doing so would have had to push Dr. Haffejee at least some way away from the grill. And then once inside, in order to recreate what happened, they would have had to close the door again. And in doing so, may very well have left the body in that stretched out lying position.
So I did think of that, and my understanding of the role of a photographer in a crime scene would try to be able to replicate what he saw when he first got there. It's a pity that we do not have any photographs with the cell door closed before they entered the cell. Had we had those pictures of how the body was lying before entering the cell, that could have helped us a lot. But I think the role of a photographer would be to try and replicate what he saw when he got there, and would have tried to set the body up. It's not in a very complex way that it's set up. I think at looking at it, you'd be able to try and recreate it when you do that, and that would be the photographer's role.
Yes. No, I agree that there was a responsibility to place the body back in the position in which it was found. And I suppose we can accept that the police photographer captured the body in the state in which it was found, or it was placed back into the position it was originally seen. And I will ask my junior to study the evidence from the first inquest closely to see what happened when when Dr. Haffejee was first discovered, and whether they in fact entered the cell at that point, and then what transpired thereafter. And in so doing, we will try to reconstruct whether in fact that took place or not. Just assuming that, I think I have canvassed this with you already, if he wasn't able to kneel, whether he could still have turned around on the floor or first attached the ligature from a lying position and turned around on the floor. If I remember your evidence correctly, you said it would be difficult but possible.
Yes.
Now, let's assume for the moment that Dr. Haffejee was in fact in a seriously incapacitated state. And it will be the submissions of the family that by the end of his ordeal under interrogation, he was seriously decapacitated, probably unable to walk unaided. He might even have been required to have been carried, possibly in a state of low consciousness, possibly even unconscious. And for that we will be relying on the evidence of the two forensic pathologists, and I have read those extracts to you. Assuming that the deceased was unconscious, and we are dealing with a third party, homicidal, strangulation, if I may call it that, homicidal strangulation, because it's not a homicidal hanging. What would have been the easiest way to carry out that homicidal strangulation?
I think in my conclusion earlier I said that the way it now is keeping him on the floor, twisting the pants around his neck, keeping the door open, tying the pants to the door, securing the knot with the handkerchief, stepping out the cell, and then just pulling the door behind you is to me the far easiest. You do not need any assistance to suspend the person. You do not need any form of assistance at all. You could do it all yourself.
So if it was a homicidal strangulation, if they had attempted to do it either from the second rung or the third rung above the ground, what extra effort would have been involved in carrying out a homicidal strangulation from a higher height?
So somebody would have to support the upper body to a point whereby they could then tie the knot, one person tie the knot, because one person could not support the body and tie the knot that easily. And hence I would think minimum of 2 people to support the upper body to lift it, and a third person to tie the knot.
So in your view, at least 3 persons would have been
I would say
required?
at least 2.
At least 2, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it stands to reason that the deceased would have to be lifted up and held, and then the maneuver carried out. So at least 2, possibly more persons would have been needed, so but would have been a much more difficult exercise. You agree?
Definitely.
And in fact, the manner in which the deceased was discovered lying on the ground attached by the ligature to the lowest rung, if it was a third party act, homicidal strangulation, that would have been the most simplest, easiest manner of doing it. You agree?
Definitely.
Give me the page number for that so we can call it up. So my learned junior has drawn my attention to some issues in relation to the tied knot. Mr. Woodley, can I ask you to call up on the screen some of the photographs of the knots, starting at page 784. My Lord, that's also volume G, page 784.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, this time it's volume B, my Lord. Volume B, 783. Perhaps we can start there. Now, it's not the clearest of pictures, but in terms of the knot that was tied in relation to both the pants and the handkerchief, in your view, in which direction is the knot facing?
So if I look at 784, picture 784, is that the one you're looking at?
Yes,
Yeah, it looks like it's facing inside the cell.
inside the cell.
Yeah, the two elements or the two extended parts are inside the cell.
And is it facing downwards?
It's, yeah, it's lying downwards, yes.
And in your view, what would have been the most expeditious way to have tied that knot, from below or from above?
To me, it wouldn't really matter which way you would tie it, from below or above. The problem is his weight of his neck would have pulled the knot whole system down. And obviously the ends of the handkerchief would just fall with gravity downwards. So you could tie it straight on from the bottom, but ultimately it wouldn't make a difference which way you tied it. You could tie it the same way. I think what has happened in this situation is it was tied possibly from the top, maybe, right, and pushed down if it had to be, and left like that. If it was tied from the bottom, it could also be where somebody was pulling it down. Do that, but both ways, I think either the weight of his head would have brought the whole system of knot downwards, or if he tied it, he could have also pulled it downwards. So it's hard to tell.
Right. So am I right in saying that the position of the knot as reflected in these photographs, in all likelihood, it's not the same position as where the knot was when it was first tied, because it would have been pulled down regardless of where it was?
I would think so. Yeah, I think his weight could have pulled it. I just don't know how much of basically compression was in the knot itself to cause a frictional force to prevent it from sliding. Because sometimes if you tied it tight enough, it could prevent it from sliding downwards. I'm not sure. I cannot answer that question. But to me, it would make sense to tie it at that level, because you've got the bottom, you've got the base rung that will prevent the knot from sliding down. You see the steel bar that runs across, that would prevent the slot knot from sliding any more lower. So you would probably, that's the most optimal place to tie it, because you know the knot cannot go any lower than that. You wouldn't want to tie it higher, because if it does slide down, you're going to lose the tension in the entire system of the entire noose. So the lower you tie it to that to that rung, the better it is.
Okay. Lastly, Mr. Woodley, my learned junior points out that from these pictures it appears that the knot was tied on the lower legs of the pants, closer to around the ankles, whereas I think we picked up, certainly from your simulation in the videos, as well as what you performed in the inspection yesterday, that the knots were tied more around the mid of the pants, perhaps around the knee level. Do you agree? Are you able to tell from these pictures that the lower legs, more around where the ankles would have been of those trousers, that's where the knot was tied?
No, it's difficult to tell from these pictures, but we had attempted to tie it as close as possible to the ankles as well. But to literally wrap it around and create a knot, you do need a bit of length on the pants to actually create that. That's what makes the entire ligature, or the whole system, a bit shorter. And in yesterday's scenario, because we were using my personal pants and I'm much taller, that's why I tried to emulate the distance without going too low, because I'm about 7 centimeters taller than Dr. Haffejee. So that is why I left a little bit extra on the ankle side.
So would it have made a difference where the knot was tied, at ankle level or knee level? So for example, would one or the other position have produced greater force? Would more rotations have been required depending on where the knot was?
So if the knot was tied closer to the knees, or say halfway down the pants, there would be more suspension, the body would be lifted higher, right? There would be less twists, because there's less area to twist around the neck, right? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, the pants has to go around the neck to twist it. So there'd be less twists, and there would be slightly higher the body would have been slightly higher in suspension.
Right. But on the evidence that we have, it was tied, or it appears to be tied closer to the ankles, which
Yep.
means that more twists would have been required. So this was a less efficient way of carrying out the maneuver.
What do you mean by less efficient?
Well, if you would need it to be twisting around, let me put this to you. How many twists, can you remind us how many rotations was required for scenario 1 to get that strangulation effect?
3.5. After 3 you could start feeling it. 3 twists you could start feeling it. 3.5 they couldn't really go more, but if you pushed them they could have gone to about between 4 and 5 to make it as tight as what it's seen in these pictures.
Right. And remind me, in the scenario, was the knot tied at the position of the ankles?
Yes,
It was.
as
Okay.
close as possible to the ends of the pad.
Right. So we can safely assume that if in fact this was a strangulation carried out by the deceased himself, then he would have required to have twisted around probably 4, possibly 5 times to carry out the maneuver successfully.
Yes, it's safe to say that.
Which again emphasizes the point that this would have been quite a strenuous maneuver to have carried out in that position. Lord, we have no further questions for this witness.
Any resignation, Mr. McDonald?
No, thank you, Lord. No.
This use of a handkerchief to secure a knot, I'm learning this for the first time. I'm just wondering whether the deceased would have known that he had to use the handkerchief to secure the knot, so that this could be effective.
My Lord, I learnt it
Is
for
it
the first
something
time.
easy for a layperson like myself? When it comes to the hanging, obviously
So I'll speak for myself as a layperson, my Lord. First time I saw this technique was in these pictures, where a handkerchief was used. I've never heard of it before, never seen it, and I've tied many knots in my life and didn't have the need to use a handkerchief to secure the original knot.
That is why I'm asking, because looks like somebody needs to have some knowledge and experience to know that you need a handkerchief, to tie a handkerchief on top of the knot to secure a knot to be, so that it doesn't come undone when you undergo this exercise. You say you also learned this for the first time.
Yes, my Lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mosley. That is all I wanted to hear from you.
Thank you, my Lord.
You may stand down. Mr. McDonald?
Yes, thank you, Lord. At this point, according to our schedule, the counsel for the family had indicated that they wish to call Ismail Haffejee. If we may then do so. Mr.
Character
Ismail
witness.
Haffejee to the stand.
My Lord, if we may just check whether Mr. Ismail Haffejee is willing to come up at this stage. Mr. Haffejee, are
Is
you
he
willing
not
to
here in
testify
court?
now?
Is this the witness the family is calling, Mr.
Yes, my Lord, Mr. Ismail Haffejee is the brother of the late Dr. Hoosen Haffejee.
Before you sit down, Mr. Haffejee, may I have your full name?
Ismail Haffejee.
Do you have any objection to take the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, say so help me God?
So help me God.
Thank you. Feel free to sit down, Mr. Haffejee. Yes, Mr. President.
As the court pleases. Mr. Haffejee, you are behind a Perspex screen, so you're free to take your mask off. Yes, it'll be easier to speak, I think. If you're more comfortable, you can even take it off your ears and put it on a bit later. So firstly, Mr. Haffejee, on behalf of all the representatives, we wish to express our gratitude that you're able to come to court today to testify about your experiences and the time that you spent with your late brother, Dr. Hoosen Haffejee. We understand that this may not be an easy experience for you, and should you need any time to think, or if you need some water or a moment to catch your breath, you simply have to indicate to us, and we'll make those arrangements. In fact, just let me ask my attorney, do we have a glass of water for the witness? Can you do that? Okay, we will get you a bottle of water, and my attorney, Mr. Suleiman, will arrange that. Perhaps, Mr. Haffejee, we can begin with your own background. Can you just indicate to us where you were born and where you grew up?
I was born in Pietermaritzburg, and I grew up with my parents' home.
I see. Was that the family home in Church Street, Pietermaritzburg?
That's
And how much older are you than your brother Hoosen?
Yusuf.
No, the deceased.
The deceased.
Yes.
I'm about 7 years older than him.
7 years.
Yes.
Okay. So you would have spent a good time with your brother in the family home growing up?
Oh yes, definitely.
Yes. And as youngsters, growing up in the family home, can you describe the kind of person he was as a young man, perhaps as a teenager?
Oh, he was a wonderful person, very loving, and everybody who were acquainted with him, they all loved him very much. He never held any malice against any person.
Right. And at what point did you perhaps discover that he was a person who perhaps cared about the society in which he was living?
Oh, he was ever so obliging to people, very friendly with everyone, and never spoke ill about any person. He was such a wonderful brother.
Then when you left school, what career did you decide to go into?
My father wanted me to become a doctor, but due to our financial circumstances, he couldn't afford it. So I went to the Springfield Training College and became an educator.
I see. When you mean an educator, you mean a teacher, a school teacher?
A school teacher, yes.
Right. And what subjects did you teach, and which schools did you teach at?
I used to teach accounting and business economics, and at that point in time I was at the Raystop Secondary School.
Now you mentioned that at a young age your brother Hoosen was a caring young man he cared for other people.
Yes.
You mentioned in your affidavit that his concern was not only for his own people, but for everybody, regardless of where they came from or who they were.
That's right.
Can you perhaps recount any incidents in which he might have expressed those kinds of views?
Oh, yes. And he regarded everybody as equal. And if he made any derogatory remarks against any race, particularly the black race, he would bring the house down. And he would reprimand us severely for that. He was a non-racist. He loved everyone equally.
And do you think this is perhaps where his political views started from?
I didn't know about his political views. If he had any views, he didn't mention it to us.
Right.
But he was a non-racist. That's definite.
Right. Now, once he had finished school, what did the family want to do in relation to his career? Did they have plans for him?
Yes, they wanted him also. We all wanted him to become a doctor, an opportunity that we did not get. So we felt that we should give him that opportunity. And we all got together and financed his trip to India, because here in South Africa, because of the apartheid policies, he could not get any admission to any of the universities here in South Africa because of the quota system. So many of our Indians had to go overseas to seek admission elsewhere.
Right. And he wanted to become a medical doctor, is that right?
Yes, but he studied dentistry.
Is there any reason why he ended up studying dentistry rather than medicine?
No idea.
Right.
I suppose it's part of medicine, so I suppose he felt like he might as well study dentistry.
Yes. And you mentioned that the whole family had to save up, work hard and save up in order to finance his trip
yes.
to India and his studies.
Yes.
So you had high hopes for Hoosen, qualifying as a doctor, or in this case as a dentist.
That's right.
Now, when he came back from India, can you explain what it was like to receive him back, and what it was you were hoping for Hoosen to achieve for himself and the family?
Oh, it was with great joy that we, that he came back, and it was very difficult for him to get a job, and because the degree that he got was a foreign degree, which the government at that time did not recognize, nor did they allow him to open his own practice. But then he was fortunate enough to be employed at the King George V Hospital in Asheville, and there he used to visit schools, to check on the pupils, on the children, regarding their dental conditions.
So he wasn't employed as an official dentist, but he would go around to the schools checking on the dental conditions of the school children and perhaps educating them on dental and oral hygiene.
That's right.
Now, in the years leading up to 1977, how would you describe Hoosen in those years? Was he a happy young man? Was he content? Did he suffer perhaps any physical or mental conditions that you're aware of?
No, he was a very jovial person, and he had no any health conditions. He was very healthy.
So did he strike you as a happy man, content with his life?
Yes, he was very happy, and he was content with his life, and he also was looking forward to contributing to the family for what they did for him.
Right.
In fact, the very first car that I owned was an Anglia that he bought for me.
Indeed, and you mention in your affidavit that although he lived in Overport, in Durban, he would come to visit his family almost every weekend.
That's right. Friday evening, we were looking forward to the Friday evening when he used to come home. And he used to spend the weekend with us, and on that Monday morning, he used to leave Pietermaritzburg to report for duty in Durban.
So certainly in the months and days leading up to his arrest and detention and death in August of 1977, you saw him on a regular basis because he came up every weekend to Pietermaritzburg to spend time with the family.
That's right.
And in that period leading up to his detention, did you notice anything unusual about him?
No, nothing whatsoever. He was perfectly jovial, normal, and no one suspected that there was anything wrong. He was in good condition, health-wise, physically, mentally. He was perfect.
And in your affidavit, you in fact set out your last recollection of your brother, because you say that on the Sunday before he passed away, he came to your home.
Yes, I moved to
Loop
Loop
Street.
Street. That's right.
And can you just tell us about that last encounter you had with him?
When he visited us, he spent a lot of time with my son, Faisal, because he loved him. And he used to sit with him and play Scrabble. My son was about 5-6 years old that time, and he spent a lot of time with him.
So that last occasion was a happy time for Hoosen.
Yes, they're very happy times. Yes. And whenever he used to leave that particular Sunday night, he left at about 10 o'clock, and he told us that he was going home. That is my parents' home.
And at that time, you mentioned you saw no injuries on him. Was he perhaps limping? Was there anything else about him that was noticeable?
No, not that I know of. No.
Right. Let's now turn to when you first heard of the news of his passing. Can you just explain to us where you were and what transpired?
Yes. And that Wednesday, I was busy teaching and then the principal summoned me to come to the office. When I went to the office, I was surprised to see my two neighbors, Mr. Som Parmesa and Ahmed Suleiman. They were there waiting for me, and the principal told me that I must go home because my brother had to go to Durban, that is Yusuf. He had to go to Durban to see the police. There was some matter to settle, and therefore they needed me at home to stand in our family business. When my father travels out, then my brother Yusuf used to stand in the shop. But since he had to go, they wanted to Durban, they wanted me to be there. And I found it, and when I got into the car, when my neighbors were taking me home, I found it rather strange that the principal will give me leave, from teaching to stand in the shop. So I sensed that there must be something wrong. And when I asked my neighbors, they didn't tell me anything. They didn't comment anything. They were just quiet. And as soon as we reached the shop, I see that the shop was closed, and I immediately got out of the car and ran to the window because there was a notice there saying that the shop will be closed because there's a funeral in the family. And at that point in time, there were people around who gathered around me and my relatives, and they took me back to the house, and they told me that, you know what, your brother who said passed away. I was devastated, and also to see my mother was absolutely devastated, and I never saw my father ever crying like a baby. It was the first time I ever saw him crying like that, and I was devastated.
So that must have been just devastating for you and your family.
Yes.
What then transpired, Mr. Haffejee? I understand that the family, particularly your brother Yusuf, took certain steps. Can you recall what steps were taken?
See, while my brother was in Durban, the security police rang me up at home, and they told me that, you know what, your brother committed suicide, which is something that I couldn't believe, because I knew that the security police were, that they tortured my brother, because I heard of other cases, where they tortured people, and we were very much afraid of them. We knew everything about Mr. Timor, Ahmed Timor, what happened to him. Right? And then my uncle, Ghulam Subedar, he was detained. That time they had this 30 days detention. They detained him, and also a family friend, Muhammad Habib, and they detained him also. And when they were released, they told us that they were tortured, but they didn't give us details. However, Mr. Habib told me that they made him lie as if he was riding a motorcycle position, as if he was driving for hours, and he was forced to make a noise like what a motorbike noise makes.
So you were aware that other people that you personally knew had been abused in detention?
Yes.
And I understand that the family then were trying to find an independent doctor, an independent pathologist who could
That's
potentially
right.
go and examine the body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you just explain to the court, your struggles in trying to find a doctor and who you found eventually?
It was my brother and got the doctor, Dr. Motala, and Dr. Motala had a white doctor, maybe a pathologist, I believe, that was with Dr. Motala to assist in examining my late brother's body.
Was that Dr. Biggs, who was an orthopedic surgeon based in Pietermaritzburg?
I believe so, yes.
Right. Now, you mentioned in your affidavit that in terms of your Muslim faith, the body had to be brought back to the family home in order to be bathed in a ceremony that's called Ghusl.
That's right.
Yes. Can you tell us about that ceremony and what transpired?
Yes. As soon as his body came, his body was placed on the Ghusl tray, and his body was wrapped up in white calico. And when we removed that calico, we were shocked to see the condition of his body. His face appeared to be swollen, and he had some very strange bruise marks, especially on the wrist areas, on his underarm pits, his genital areas, and also bruise marks at the back, when we turned him. And when we lifted him up, his head was loose, so I had to hold his head to support it. See, no ladies are allowed to witness the bathing ceremony, because women are very emotional, see. So they were not allowed to be present there. However, after the Ghusl, the body was wrapped up ceremoniously in calico, and it was placed in the room where my mother and other relatives and other ladies were, and they were praying for him. We strongly believe in Islam that life is very sacred, that life comes from Allah, and it is only He that takes away life. And if we were to take our life prematurely, then it is a grave sin, an unforgivable sin. For indeed, life comes from Allah, and life belongs to Him, and it is He that takes away life.
And this is a firm and strong
Very
Muslim
strong belief,
doctrine?
yes, very strong belief. We all believed that. Even Hussein too believed that.
And he was he an observant and faithful practitioner of the Muslim faith?
Yes, he was.
So it goes without saying that he knew about this Muslim doctrine of not taking your own life.
Yes, yes, yes. Definitely he knew about it.
Just going back to when you saw these marks all over his body, what did you think at that time when you saw these different injuries?
I was devastated. Honestly, I was devastated. You know, I tried to think of how he must have suffered while he was being brutalized. It's unimaginable. I couldn't take it.
Did you have a discussion with Dr. Biggs at that time?
No, I didn't. It was my brother that did all the talking.
Right.
So I couldn't handle it. I just couldn't handle it.
Right. And totally understandable.
By the way, there was a photographer there, Mr. Dukran, who took photographs of various positions of my late brother.
Yes. And luckily we do have access to those photographs. They're part of the inquest record.
Yes, my brother had access to those photographs.
Yes. Now, in fact, the investigating officer did retrieve those from your late brother Yusuf, and they do form part of the record. My Lord, I believe with a large number of colour photographs of different parts of the body of the deceased in volume B. In B, which we will draw your attention to those in due course. Now, following the death of your brother, did you have any other experiences with the security branch?
Yes. Every day they used to park opposite the shop, and they even had a camera focusing the shop to observe who was entering the business and who was leaving the business. This carried on for some times. And I remember my brother telling me, that's Yusuf, that 2 o'clock in the morning, the security police came home, they tapped at the door, and they demanded that they enter the house because they wanted to search the house. But he let them in, but he didn't allow them to enter his bedroom where his wife was sleeping. I wasn't there at that time, so I was staying in Loop Street at that point in time. So this is what my brother told me.
Rani, would this not be a convenient time maybe to take a lunch adjournment?
Yes. My Lord, we can only have one more question for this witness.
Okay.
Perhaps we could leave the court to finish with
Yes,
him.
okay.
Mr. Haffejee, just in conclusion, can you describe the impact that the death of your brother in police custody has had on your family over the years?
Oh, the happiness was gone from our house. It was all gloom. And constantly my mother used to cry, my father used to cry. And they tried very hard to get justice, but there was justice denied. And my mother passed away as a broken-hearted woman, and even my father. And unfortunately, my brother Yusuf had lymphatic cancer which traveled to his bones, and he passed away also.
And finally, do you have anything to say to this court in relation to the fact that this reopened inquest is only taking place some 44 years after the death.
Yes. No, I am very grateful. I don't know how to express my gratitude to the legal team that are handling this case, and also for Shabnam Singh, I believe she was from the NPA, who went out of her way to gather evidence. And I am extremely grateful to Mr. Ahmed Tumal, to Anwar Jusuf, and all the rest of the legal team. I don't know how to express my gratitude. No, I don't know how can I repay them for all the effort and the time that they are putting in for this inquest to take place. I never knew that the inquest will be possible, an independent inquest, a non-racial inquest, but I see now it is possible. It is a pity that it's after 44 years that this has come about, and during that period I had to lose my parents, I had to lose my brother, for them to witness this event. And also, by prolonging this over that period of time, those who were responsible for my brother's death, right? That is Taylor and Detroit and the others, right? It is a pity that they are not here to face the music, honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Haffejee.
Thank you very much.
And we have no further questions.
Donald, do you have any questions?
Just one more. So, it's a long time ago. On the day that you saw Dr. Haffejee last, what time did he arrive at your house, if you remember?
What time he was?
Sunday he arrived at your house, he was playing Scrabble with your son.
Oh,
Do you recall the time he might?
no, he came at about 7 o'clock
In the morning or the evening?
in the evening, and all the time he spent with us, right up till 10 at night. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Haffejee. You may stand down. We'll take a
Thank you.
lunch break then.
Mr.
We'll see
Cortez.
at 2:15. Okay. Is 2:15 okay?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kota Jane?
Right.